A city alive with the spirit of excitement and a stadium brimming with anticipation. The build-up has been intense, and now we just can't wait for it all to begin. It's anyone's guess, though, which team will come out on top. Complete coverage on the way with EA TV.
Well, hello everyone. We're in West London for this one. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and a live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Chelsea facing Newcastle United.
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Here's how Chelsea line up.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays, as it does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Martin Dubravka stands between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park. And leading the attack is Alexander Isak. Pedro Neto. Gusto. On to Nkunku. He'll have a go here. And it's gone behind for a corner. Being delivered. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Jadon Sancho. Cucurella. Nkunku. Well, when Jadon Sancho is on top form, he's an absolute joy to watch. Will he provide something special for us here?
Yeah, he's such a creative player. The close control, his agility, how technically aware he is. He's just brilliant to watch. Defenders struggle to pick him up because he's always on the move.
And it's an early lead. A terrific start. Enzo Fernandez. Jadon Sancho. Fernandez. Using the space on the opposite flank. Malo Gusto. Sancho. Gusto. Malo Gusto. Is this the equaliser? Dan Burn. Livramento. Burn. Now Tonali. Murphy. Chelsea have it back now. Sancho. Nicely played through. Sancho. Making good progress here. And the promise of something happening is over. Nkunku. Could be something on. Sancho. And it's on now. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. They take it short. Nkunku. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Murphy. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Enzo Fernandez. Bruno Guimaraes. Now there could be a real chance developing. Trying his luck. They've got another, and he's got another. 2 for the game. Sancho. Malo Gusto. Marc Cucurella. Enzo Fernandez. Gusto. Pedro Neto. Malo Gusto. The ball taken away from them. Joelinton. Tonali. Guimaraes. Anthony Gordon. Could take things forward a notch here. Pedro Neto. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Murphy. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. But it needed a much lighter touch than that. And cleared well away from goal. And that will do it. Off we go, the second half underway. Guimaraes. Joelinton. Dan Burn. Bruno Guimaraes. Chelsea have possession again. Nkunku. This looks promising from Chelsea. And that's where it ends. Bruno Guimaraes. Joelinton. Jacob Murphy. Chelsea come away with the ball. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Isak. He's hit that well. Going for the blast on goal there. Couldn't keep it low enough, but not a bad try. They've given it away here. And the flag is up to stop them here. That is a really tight call. Well, he's produced a masterful performance up to this point. 10 out of 10.
Well, he's been outstanding, hasn't he? He's taken his goals so well, but it's everything about his play that's quality. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets his hat-trick in the second half.
That's a nice forward-thinking pass. Real pressure to get this away. Bruno Guimaraes. Nkunku. A little sloppy on the ball there. Sancho. Marc Cucurella. Jadon Sancho. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Nkunku. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. Genuine chance. There it is. lifeline in this game, and surely momentum is with them now. Incredible!
They're back underway, and the question is, can Chelsea find another goal?
Kieran Trippier. Joe Linton. Bruno Guimaraes. Good passing, not looking to force it just yet. Well, ambitious effort, and the shot brings about a routine piece of goalkeeping. Neto. Good work to regain possession. Now a sense that something could happen from this. And the promise of something happening is over. Bruno Guimaraes. Having a try. And just off target.
Well, it's a respectable effort, though, but still looking for that cushion here.
Gusto. Nkunku now. Oh, well, sometimes you just have to applaud the defending. Malo Gusto. Nkunku now. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Beautifully weighted ball. Joe Linton. Murphy. Guimaraes. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Well, with the end in sight, the Chelsea fans won't be happy with the score unless they can...
Oh, this is really opening up for them, guys.
The keeper takes his chance to get the ball. Sandro Tonali. Now Trippier. Isak. The ball back with Chelsea now.
Well, the crowd are certainly trying to motivate the team to push them forward to get the equaliser.
Still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. And the ball has been nicely cut out. Isak. He'll take this on. Went for it all right, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just over the top. Malo Gusto. And it's all over with the...
ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Welcome everyone to the Emirates Stadium for a clash of two of London's, indeed England's finest. I'm Guy Mowbray with Sue Smith alongside me. It's Arsenal versus Chelsea.
Yeah, this one I'm sure is going to be highly competitive. You've got two top sides, and I think it's all about who can win the most individual battles. I can't wait for this one, Guy.
This is how Arsenal line up. Declan Rice plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park, and they go with just one in attack. Here's how Chelsea line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and they are really good out wide. The relationships with both wingers and fullbacks are great, and the latter constantly providing overlaps to create 2v1 situations. Both have got good delivery, so it's just about getting on the end of things.
Well, maybe he was distracted, but that's a miss.
Well, it's nowhere near in the end, but praise has to go to how well they defend this. Just don't give him time to set himself.
Good-looking ball played in. And that one goes out and away. Timber. On to Odegaard. Keeping it nicely here. Oh, what a tackle to break up the play. Marc Cucurella. Sancho. Having a look. And the ball is still alive. And the keeper able to hold on to it at the second attempt.
Well, you can sense the relief. It's a fantastic initial save, though.
Merino. Leandro Trossard. Everything about that tackle had to be right. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Chelsea finding space on the flank. Has the space to whip it in here. The shot stopped in its tracks. Gusto. Nicely sets it up. Well read to gain possession. Plenty of room out wide for Arsenal. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Neto. Chance to deliver into the box. To put them ahead. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Rice. Odegaard. Arsenal showing good width here. But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Nkunku. Martin Odegaard. Arsenal with the ball again. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. Could be a chance. Jadon Sancho. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Oh, great block. Cucurella. Rice. Arsenal with width here. And that's where it ends. Marc Cucurella. Space to attack here for Chelsea. Good work to beat the challenge. Arsenal regaining possession. Nkunku. Onto Rice. A really good interception to take the ball. Odegaard. Onto Rice. And that's going to be all. And the ball is rolling for the second half, with both sides hopefully switched on a bit more now. Martin Odegaard. Thomas Partey. Rice. This looks promising from Arsenal. Now, can he get the cross in? He's hit that well! Well, it turned out to be fairly routine for the keeper. He'll happily collect that. Pedro Neto. Jadon Sancho. Genuine chance. I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Played in now. He's done well to punch that clear. Goes for goal! Looking good. Now what comes next? Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Rice. Here's the chance this. That's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. What a kick played in. Danger averted for now. Enzo Fernandez. Gusto. Oh, given away. That's a real loss of focus.
It looks like Arsenal have changed their tactics here. I think they're looking to keep possession, getting really tight to one another. The movement's been good. Communication is key. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Nkunku. Marc Cucurella. Chelsea trying to get things moving and stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Now, this might be promising. They'll try his luck. Very well kept out, alert and ready.
Well, it was a great save, that, from the keeper. Showed his agility there to keep the ball out. It's a real important save to keep it all square.
Yeah, it's not just goals that can lift a team. They have to capitalise on that moment here. That's not a bad save at all. Fernandez.
That's Andy Topham. Can you please return to your vehicle immediately? Thank you.
Mark Cucurella.
Moving the ball around well here. Mikel Merino. Nicely weighted crossfield ball. Chelsea showing good width here. Delivered into the box. Well, any chance has gone for now. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. Takes it on. Sancho. And what a chance this could be to potentially win the game from this corner.
Well, it's a crucial bit of defending there, and you can see by the reactions that they know that.
Well read to gain possession. Keep going, says the referee. Advantage. Malo Gusto. Coming in field now. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Mikel Merino. Enzo Fernandez. On to Nkunku. It was a decent attempt, but the wait for a goal goes on.
It does, but you can't fault their effort. You just feel they have to take one of these chances now.
Merino. Now Partey. There could be a chance to win the game here. Rice. Chalobah. That's it. The ref.
The game the fans have been waiting impatiently for. Now it's almost here, and both teams know they had better be ready as soon as the referee's whistle sounds. A fabulous prospect. It's Newcastle United. They face Arsenal live right here on ideal weather for this game here at St James's Park. Hello and welcome. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and my partner ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Newcastle United up against Arsenal.
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. The crossbar. Must be. Oh, a stellar piece of defending.
Well, it's been a fast start by Arsenal here. They did everything but take the lead, but carry on like this, and it's surely only a matter of time.
And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. William Saliba starts alongside Gabriel in central defence. Couldn't grab hold of it. And the attack fizzling out.
Well, Newcastle will be pleased with their start here, denied only by a great save.
Well, unlucky perhaps to be denied, but they've now got to think about defending. Mikel Merino. The Magpies looking creative, and credit is due for that good piece of defending. Trossard. Rice. Could go ahead. Tries to lift it. Oh, a finish of real class. No wonder he's celebrating. Take a bow. Bruno Guimaraes. Tino Livramento. Tonali with it. Well, a passing sequence that's easy on the eye. Body on the line. William Saliba. Arsenal move it forward with purpose and control. And he's done well to tip it over the bar. And over comes the corner. Oh, that's not a good clearance. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. And the Magpies finding space on the flank. He might be onto something. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Arsenal unable to retain possession. Trippier. Nice looking pass. Pulls it back. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Isak. Decisive pass. He might be able to make it through. And he scored not once but twice. They simply cannot stop him. And no wonder he's enjoying himself. Fabian Schär. Tonali with it. Tino Livramento. Moving forward effectively. Well, pass after pass, maybe they can chisel an opportunity. Able to get a body in the way.
Well, could this be the turning point? The fans are certainly hoping so.
And the problem not completely solved. Well, defensive resilience there. Trossard. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Now a decent position. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one.
Oh, wonderful bit of skill.
Rice. Really vital interception here. Trippier. The cross is on. Next chance. And striking it on the volley. Just no luck.
Well, good technique, but just wide of the target.
Approaching the end of the first half, and Newcastle quite simply must up their game. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, they can certainly play better than this. They've been too slow in possession and not aggressive enough with their closing down. Those two things have to change in the second half if they're to turn this around.
It comes to absolutely nothing. Trying to deliver it accurately. And a simple clearance, a good one. Well, the first half. So into the second half, and the Magpies have work ahead of them. Dan Burn. Guimarães. Tino Livramento. Bruno Guimarães. It's with Joelinton. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Thomas Partey. Jurriën Timber. It's with Mikel Merino. Oh, they have it again. Anthony Gordon. Well, not straightforward, but that was a chance to give themselves life.
And it was close, but if they're going to get back into this, they need to score from those sort of chances.
So, deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Can he find the right pass? Guimarães decides to shoot. Oh, he's blocked it. Taken short. Well, let's see about the cross. Oh, commanding goalkeeping. Well, smuggled behind for another corner. And the danger's still on. And the shot. Shot blocked, but still alive. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Can they hit on the break? And it's opening up. Defenders need to cover. Trippier. Bruno Guimarães. Fine work from Arsenal to win it back. Martin Ødegaard. Fruitful looking attack. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Promising move this from Newcastle, but the danger averted for now. Martin Ødegaard. Incisive pass. Vital intervention. And defensive play to be applauded. Martin Ødegaard. A very good tackle. This could be troublesome, but ably intercepted when it looked as though they might be in. Just 15 minutes remaining. Trippier. An effective cross. Possible opportunity. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Ødegaard, is it going to be? And it's there for him. Well, the keeper is happy, the bar was there. And eventually into the grateful grasp of the keeper.
Well, that could have gone anywhere once it hit the woodwork, but they've got away with it here. Well, that really would have settled it. Just inches away from going 3 goals up.
Well, they have to have that sense of self-belief. It could happen for them. Oh, great vision. Dangerous looking through ball. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
Just the challenge that was required. Trossard, and effectively parried away by the keeper. Sandro Tonali. Well, not far away from full time, but really you've got to say, Stuart, disappointing from a Newcastle perspective.
Well, they've had no defensive game plan today. The forwards haven't pressed the ball, the midfield players have been outnumbered, and there is too much space between the defenders at the back. That's been the problem.
Well, shooting like that isn't going to live long in the memory.
Well, poor decision, bad technique, and a waste of a very good situation.
Out of play, Newcastle throw in forthcoming. Well, a shame really, because the move was promising, but no end product from them. And the referee decides. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Although I must say there aren't many better places to be on a beautiful night for football than St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It's Newcastle United taking on Chelsea.
Well, Derek, as is always the case, the team that dominates midfield will be the team that controls the flow of the game. And that, for me, is the area that's key today.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. And here's how it looks for Chelsea. Jadon Sancho starts with Pedro Nieto out wide. And leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. Sancho. Moises Caicedo. Jadon Sancho. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Jacob Murphy. Tonali with it. Isak. The Magpies pushing forward with options available. Good ball over the top. Enzo Fernandez. Nkunku. And they keep the ball. Advantage Chelsea. And the ball back with Newcastle here.
Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, I love watching him play. He's so creative, particularly in the top third of the pitch. Let's hope he performs well here.
Bruno Guimaraes. It looks promising. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. And that is goalkeeping of the very highest order. It's a corner. Well, he stumped it out of there without much fuss. And Chelsea get the decision from the referee. Sancho. Now options are plenty. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Byrne. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Fabian Schär. Murphy. Trippier now. And possibilities inside the box. Joelinton. Getting forward. Nkunku. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Throw in then for Newcastle.
Well, Chelsea have had a change of plan here. They're now trying to dominate possession, combine with short passes and play at higher intensity. It's very pleasing on the eye, that's for sure.
Murphy. And winning it back. Enzo Fernandez. Malo Gusto. Plenty of support here. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Murphy. And he takes it on. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. and good ball control. Well, he's bound to be disappointed with himself. Not a great effort, Stuart.
Well, the less said about that, the better. Not a good decision from him.
Murphy. Trippier now. Good weight on that pass. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Enzo Fernandez. Now, who can he play it to? Sancho. Enzo Fernandez. And the Magpies recovering possession well. Trippier. We're still searching for the equaliser, but not passing it anxiously. Pretty simple for the keeper. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Palmer. And he's gone for power. So close to finding the net. Trippier has lost possession. Cucurella. Played into the box. Nkunku. And firing it to the near post. Did well to clear it away. Lovely ball over the top. Oh, chance perhaps. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Now sending it in. Oh, that's not a good clearance. Well, we're at the half. Back in business and work to do for the Magpies in this second half. Byrne. It's with Joelinton. Gordon. Well, he saw the situation developing. Fernandez. Cucurella. Sancho now. Pedro Neto. That's a good-looking ball. Can they stop it going in? And I think the threat has been averted. Committed challenge. Bruno Guimaraes. Trippier. Jacob Murphy. That's a useful cross. Clearance left a bit to be desired. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. Now what can they do from here? Giving it a try. Got to it easily, the keeper. Malo Gusto. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
And it's opening up. Can they put it away? Well, a time for cool heads. And that'll be a Chelsea ball. And possibilities here. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up. Just the challenge that was required. Cucurella. had to react, and did. Plenty of support here. Trippier. And a goal kick is the outcome. Cucurella. The switch of play now. Good visualisation and execution. Can he put it in? And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day. It's superb scoring for him. Tino Livramento. It's Dan Burn. Joelinton. Bruno Guimaraes. Murphy. That's a good-looking pass. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that. Brilliant goal. And they get the ball rolling again. Just get the feeling the Magpies believe here. Gusto. Happy just to retain the ball in their own half and draw out the opposition. Chalobah. Fernandez. Cucurella. Sancho now. Nkunku. And they need to get tighter here. But nothing comes of it.
Well, these Newcastle fans are demanding more from their team here. They need to find a goal from somewhere, and quickly.
And he's certainly not alone. Veering in field here. Putting the ball back. A goal! Sheer excitement! Level again here! Palmer. Chalobah. Malo Gusto. Caicedo. Chalobah. 5 minutes of the 90 still to go, and the teams cannot be separated. Nkunku. And Chelsea still knocking on the door in the closing minutes. Can they find a winner? Trippier. Here's Isak. Jacob Murphy. Isak. Real chance. It's in. And this really takes your breath away. A comeback and a half. Chalobah. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Fernandez. Nkunku has it. And the referee signals that this game is official.
day is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium. Anticipation has reached an all-time high. All the action here on EA TV.
Welcome to Stamford Bridge for a fixture with so many memories. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by Sue Smith for Chelsea versus Arsenal. And Sue, I can almost still see Jose Mourinho and Arsene Wenger nose to nose again down on that touchline.
Yeah, this is certainly a rivalry that's grown over recent years, particularly as Chelsea have become more successful. You've got two very good sides going up against each other, and you can see this one being won by a moment of magic.
And so the first half kicks off. This is how Arsenal line up. Declan Rice plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park, and they go with just one in attack. Sancho. Nkunku. Jadon Sancho. On to Nkunku. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Leandro Trossard. Rice. Attempts to go ahead. And that is magnificent defending. Rice goes for goal. The goalkeeper does what he's there to do. And the corner is fired in. Couldn't quite get over the top of the ball.
No, he gets himself free, reads the flight of the ball well, but just can't hit the target.
Jadon Sancho. Having a try. Saved but not cleared. And that must be so disappointing for them.
You just wonder how long before they take the lead here. They're certainly piling on the pressure. They just need that clinical finish now.
And intent now on having another go quickly. The pressure continues. A really good interception to take the ball. This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Martin Ødegaard. On to Nkunku. Can he finish? And it's in! It's no longer goalless. There's the opener. Martin Ødegaard. Here's William Saliba. Martin Ødegaard. Timber. Partey. On to Ødegaard. Thomas Partey. Merino. Great chance here. And it's in! End-to-end stuff here. The lead lasting mere minutes. And we're all level again. Enzo Fernandez. Jadon Sancho. Neto. Gusto.
Well, it does look like Arsenal have changed their style a bit here. I think they're playing more of a possession game now. They're getting a lot closer together, looking for those little 1-2s, which can be really difficult to play against. It'll be interesting to see if it works.
This looks promising from Chelsea. And he's beaten his man here. Well, good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Chelsea come away with the ball. And Nkunku. Oh, great work. What's next? What a chance. And it's in to put them in front. Arsenal get the ball rolling again. Keen for a quick reaction to going behind. Martin Odegaard. On to Rice. Mikel Merino. On to Odegaard. On to Rice. Thomas Partey. Chelsea have possession again. Marc Cucurella. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. And a quick stop to turn the ball away. They decide against putting it in. A body in the way. Partey. Merino. Ball back with Chelsea now. Sancho. Gusto. And that brings to an end. And as the second half kicks off, Arsenal need to find a response. Thomas Partey. Timber. Arsenal with width here. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Mikel Merino. Given away by Arsenal. Sancho. Chelsea trying to get things moving. Cucurella. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Nkunku. They found a way through. Maybe not. That was well read to cut it out. Odegaard. Now it needs a good ball in. That's a nice cutback. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Marc Cucurella. Sancho. Fernandez. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
Yeah, and I think he's had a really good first half. Not only his goal, which he took well, but his overall performance. I'm sure he'll look to continue that in the second half.
Nkunku. Sancho.
Cucurella.
Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Decent chance this. And the goalkeeper does what he's there to do. It's an Arsenal corner. And the opportunity. Oh, a great chance. Off the crossbar. Merino. It's on for the shot. Space now to get a crossover. Still behind, but this is looking promising.
Well, so unlucky not to be level in this one, Guy. It was a great effort, but you just wonder if they're going to look back on that, though.
Well, they're in possession again, and maybe another opportunity developing now. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger.
In the stadium, can you please make yourself known to the nearest steward? Thank you.
Chelsea recovering possession well. Midfield possession a key part of the game. Right now, no part of this game.
Arsenal are very much in control over the last 15 minutes. Surely if they keep control in the middle of the park, keep creating chances, that equaliser will definitely come.
Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Coming in field now. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. This could be threatening. And it's opened up for him. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. Leandro Trossard. Chelsea have it back now.
Well, the home fans are certainly getting behind the team, aren't they? There can't be that long left now. And you can see that they're trying to do their bit to get them over the finish line.
Well read to gain possession. Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. Declan Rice. Now what can they do from here? It's a corner, and the look at the clock tells them that it has to be a good one.
Well, they're certainly celebrating that bit of defending like it was a goal. It just shows how crucial it was.
Arsenal regaining possession. And this could be. It's there! Time running out, and they've got the goal that draws them level. Chalobah.
Cucurella.
Enzo Fernandez. Trevor Chalobah. Pedro Neto. And that will do it. The full...
to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, no doubt about it, gunning for victory. The home side tonight. We're in North London, the home of Arsenal. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Arsenal up against Newcastle United.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
Here are the starters for Arsenal. William Saliba starts alongside Gabriel in central defence. Martin Odegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Promising move this from Newcastle. Super challenge, still dangerous. And here's the Newcastle formation. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Anthony Gordon. He could pick out a teammate. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Isak. Can he do it? He's blocked it. Corner kick played in. Well, he couldn't quite keep the header down. Goal kick. Partey. Arsenal being afforded too much room. Looking for a teammate. Well, going for power, but what can you say about it, really? Not great. Tino Livramento. Joelinton. It's with Joelinton. For the lead here. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. And given away. He's going to have a go here. Joelinton. Tonali with it. Trippier. Sandro Tonali. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. Will he play it in? Joelinton. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Declan Rice. Thomas Partey. Slipping it through. Partey. Textbook defending inside the box. Bruno Guimaraes. Murphy. Determined defending. And fine work from Arsenal to win it back. Chance to cross. Pulls it back. It was on its way in. That's effective pressure, high up the pitch. And what a magical save it was! And over comes the corner. The clearance wasn't decisive. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Declan Rice. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Now a decent position. Might be a chance here. Oh, a goal for Arsenal. It's theirs to lose now. Sandro Tonali. It's with Joelinton. Dan Burn. Joelinton. Tino Livramento. Well, pass after pass, maybe they can chisel an opportunity. Can he finish? Crucial piece of defending. Partey. It's with Mikel Merino. Ødegaard. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Who can they pick out? Well, defensive resilience there. Well, that's going to be all. Off and running again as we reflect upon an eye-catching first-half display from Arsenal. Thomas Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Oh, skipping away. Well, in there to tidy up. Jacob Murphy. The Magpies pushing forward with options available. Trippier. It should be. Great defending. And how about that for a save? Who can he pick out? Danger still on. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. The throw-in coming up for Newcastle. Advantage, Arsenal. Trossard. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. And ball back with Arsenal now. They're really pressing their opponents. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Trossard. And there it is! Another goal! And surely there's no way back from this now. Sandro Tonali. Guimarães. Tonali with it. Tino Livramento. And a good-looking ball. Managed to get it out of there. It's a good-looking ball. Nicely timed tackle. And it's with Isak. The ball back with Arsenal now. Oh, danger here. Well, goal kick, just as it was looking promising. Trossard. Trossard. Oh, he's gone for goal. And what a close shave it was.
Well, Arsenal are looking really good today. Just look how many chances they've created. And I sense there's still more to come here.
Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Takes it on. And danger still. He failed to get it away properly. And the attack fizzling out. Mikel Merino. Oh, what's he gone and done? "15 minutes left for play." Anthony Gordon. Terrific block. Joelinton. That's a good ball. They've given it away. Well, that one has promise. He's in here. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Newcastle will get the throw-in. That's across into the centre. Well, they can bring it out now. Yuri and Timber. Options in the centre. And he'd be disappointed if he didn't take that one cleanly. That's useful play. And a fine reading of the situation. Throw-ins given. Well, he's been ruled offside. Jacob Murphy. And a fine cross. An alert piece of defending. Oh, great vision. Arsenal's free kick here. William Saliba. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. So there goes the final whistle. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player, Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start, with justifiable cause. Stuart, tell us about your pre-match thoughts.
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
And so the battle commences. And here's the Roma starting 11. Mats Hummels starts alongside Gianluca Mancini in central defence. Lorenzo Pellegrini plays with Alexis Salamakers out wide. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Superb block. And introducing the visitors lineup today.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1 with two players behind the centre forward, but they need to link up as much as possible. They're going to be key to the way this system works. Otherwise, the centre forward could become isolated.
Dovbyk has eyes for goal. Nicely blocked. And a textbook interception. Chiquinho. Just lost his focus. Throw in here. Chiquinho. And danger averted. Well read. Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner, but this man might be a decent shout. What are you expecting to see from him, Stuart?
Well, quite simply, he's a great crosser of the ball, and that will be a major threat today. If he plays well, he'll be a big influence on this game.
Chiquinho. Options in the middle. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Determined defending. Now, who can he play it to? To take the lead. Oh, how about that for a tackle? Angelino. Ndika. Pellegrini. Taken away. He won the ball. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Carmo. Gelson Martins. Oh, nice ball. Very effective passing sequence. He just couldn't play that decisive ball. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Pellegrini. Pellegrini. Kone. Artem Dovbyk. It's there for him. That is tackling of the highest order. Ayoub El Kabi. Teammates available. Take the lead here. Well, what an opportunity, but really good defending, you've got to say. Trying to pick out a teammate. Well, a bit short with the clearance. Ortega. Dovbik. He's got space. But really sticking to their task defensively. Chiquinho. Will it happen for them? Well, the crossing needs to be a bit better than that. Paredes. And a strong tackle. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Might take the lead. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Hummels. And so it is. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Paredes. Mancini. It's with Paredes. Angelino. Kone. And now with Angelino. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. Now what can they do from here? It's got to be! It's in! They're looking really relaxed and confident and not giving the opposition much of a look in. Angelino. It's with Ndika. Paredes. Lorenzo Pellegrini with it. Mancini. And now with Angelino. Artem Dovbik. Salamakers has it. Paredes. Not a fantastic piece of defending, was it? Could pull one back here. Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Chiquinho. Now the counter-attack looks on. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Pellegrini. Has a go! Well, whether it's a great chance or a half chance, when you're trailing as they are, you've got to put them away.
Well, if they are going to get back into this, those are the sort of chances they have to take.
And passing it well. Pellegrini. Well, they kept their shape defensively. Job done for now. Gelson Martins. Excellent strike! Oh, goodness gracious me! It's a special, special goal from miles out. Paredes. It's with Mats Hummels. Ndika. And now with Angelino. Paredes. Mancini. Angelino. It's going to be a Roma throw. It's opening up for them. And the keeper more than equal to it. And over it comes. And they couldn't get the header on the target, but robust defending. Retsos. And in possession, Chiquinho. Ayoub El-Kabi. And he's given us away. Gelson Martins. Now, options are plenty. Sound piece of defending. Kone. Good idea. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. Good distribution. Angelino. It's with Paredes. A bit wasteful in possession from Roma. Just 10 minutes to go. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Well, not to be in terms of the counter-attack. Gelson Martins. Really good challenge. Martins. Foul there. Free kick awarded. Gelson Martins. Can they take advantage? Firing it towards goal! Mats Hummels with that important block. Playing it in. And the keeper left us in no doubt that that was always going to be his ball. Paredes. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Throw-ins given. And there goes the final whistle. high-tension occasion. Two teams ready to go at it, knowing that interest levels are off the charts, with the focus on the drama. Well, hello from the northern part of Spain. To be exact, we find ourselves here at the Reale Arena in San Sebastian. I'm Derek Ray, and delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. And if this game lives up to its billing, we're in for a riveting occasion. Stuart, tell us about your pre-match thoughts.
Well, Derek, as is always the case, the team that dominates midfield will be the team that controls the flow of the game. And that, for me, is the area that's key today.
And the starting 11 for Real Sociedad.
Well, it's a flat 4-5-1, which would suggest they're going to try and play on the counter-attack. However, that will only work if they don't drop too deep and can't support the main striker.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays with Mats Hummels in central defence. Lorenzo Pellegrini plays with Alexis Salamakers out wide. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Opportunity to deliver the cross. That's how to do it inside your own penalty area. Dovbik. Oh, this is looking promising. And that is defending of the highest order. Bryce Mendes. And what's he going to do? Sergio Gomez. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Ndika. And Mancini on the ball. Kone. And now with Angelino. Guadio Kone. It's with Paredes. Angelino. Ndika. They look as though they want to make this move count. It's with Ndika. It's with Paredes. Angelino. Just the challenge that was required. Oyarzabal. And Roma with the ball once more. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Bryce Mendes. And providing width. And a textbook interception. Salamakers. Out of play it goes, and it will be a throw-in. Well, the pass not finding its target. Kone. Lorenzo Pellegrini with it. On the offensive. Now he must favour the cross. And the danger is averted. Sergio Gomez. And he takes it away. Paredes. Dovbik. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Oyarzabal. And a chance to whip it in here. Might be dangerous. Textbook defending inside the box. Takes it on. Well, you have to put that one down as a chance to draw level.
Well, it certainly wasn't an easy chance, but one they needed to take.
Now there to intercept. Pellegrini. Artem Dovbyk. On the ball, Salamakers. Looking for that final pass and for that chance to level the game. Is it going to be? Oyarzabal. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And so it is. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Ndika is with Paredes. Hummels. Guadio Kone. And Salamakers has it. Nice switch of play. Pellegrini. And defensive play to be applauded. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. And just like that, the counter-attack comes to an end. Artem Dovbyk. Take this on, and nicely parried away.
Well, you do sense Roma will get an equaliser soon. They're creating chances now. They were only denied there by a brilliant save.
Yes, end-to-end stuff, but now they're... What a save! Subimendi. Oh, this looks useful. And a goal to really bolster things for them. 2 in front. Mancini. It's with Mats Hummels. Guadio Kone. It's with Paredes. Hummels. And into the last 30 minutes now. Alexis Salamakers. Oh, left his man behind here. Artem Dovbyk. Sergio Gomez. Bryce Mendes. Now a decent position. Firing it towards goal. Goodness gracious me! How about that for technique? You can't strike them much better than that. Angelino is with Paredes. Guadio Kone. Paredes. And now with Angelino. Hummels. for the goalkeeper. Sergio Gomez. Bryce Mendes. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Angelino. Dogbig. And a long way out. Determined block. And he's fired over the corner. Just knocked it out of there. Good work from Roma to win the ball back. Could be a chance to break here. A lot of space to attack. Electing to cross into the centre. Not in fact a good but straightforward claim by the keeper. And what's he got to do? Sergio Gomez. And a good-looking ball. And no-nonsense defensive clearance. Angelino. Dogbig. Really good build-up, but no end product. Good run, very much in control of the situation. And he takes it on. That is how to keep it out of the net. Pellegrini. Stopped a surefire goal. Oyarzabal. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. One minute of stoppage time has been added on. And that is going to be that. Well, a tip. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board alongside me is Stuart Robson, my commentary partner. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. What might we see today, Stuart?
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors.
Well, on paper, it's down as a 4-5-1. But for me, it's more likely to be a split midfield, with 3 supporting the front man and 2 sitting that little bit deeper as defensive cover.
And it might be nicely blocked. Oh, disappointing clearance. And the move breaks down. Odriozola. And he read it well. Chiquinho. Ayoub El Kabi. Can they take the lead here? Well, quite simply not precise enough from that position. Zubeldia. Luka Sucic. Just the challenge that was required. Bryce Mendes. Well, you've got to savour such moments. Great defending here. Well read to put an end to that attack. Gelson Martins. Brilliant pass. Could be. And behind it's gone for a corner. And there's the delivery. And putting paid to the danger. What can they produce on the flank? But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Ayoub El-Kabi. Luka Sucic. Top-class defending. Chiquinho. Super tackle and they've won possession. A bit sloppy in possession. Chiquinho. Tremendous block. A chance now with the corner. And they're going for the short one. Very quick thinking there. Ayoub El-Kabi. Martins. It should be. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. El-Kabi. Good tackle. Comes to attack from the wide areas, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Gelson Martins. Well, not hard to read that pass. Sergio Gomez. It's with Oyarzabal. Simple catch, really. Gelson Martins. El-Kabi. Might be able to set up the chance. Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. And the referee has pointed to the spot. A penalty it is, and a chance for them to forge ahead. This to open the scoring here. Still possibilities. Oh, majestic finish! He's going to be rightly proud of that moment. Magnificent! Bryce Mendes. Kubo. Zubeldia on the ball. And the whistle is sounded. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Subeldia. On the ball, Odriozola. Luka Sucic. Subimendi. Sucic. On the ball, Odriozola. Carmo. And in possession, Chiquinho. Will it happen for them? Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Oyarzabal. Well, the attack carried promise, but petered out. Kubo. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, he certainly had an impact on that first half, scoring that late goal, but I thought his overall contribution was really good, and he got better.
They could finish here, Stuart. Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. He must finish. Palmed away by the keeper. Sergio Gomez. In a decent position now. Excellent strike! And using his body to good effect. Perfect challenge. Luka Sucic. Kubo. In possession, Mendes here. Well, still searching for the equaliser, but not passing it anxiously. Oh, good-looking run. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. David Carmo. Gelson Martins. El Kabi. Gelson Martins. Opportunity. Oh, that is a superb save. Kubo. Twenty minutes to go in this one. Well, no danger now. Oh, moving it nicely. Also Martins. Danger averted for now. An awful lot of green space to run into. And chasing the game, but now a corner.
Well, he had to get that right. He's just saved his team there.
Just far too close to the goalkeeper. Gelson Martins. Chiquinho. Bryce Mendes. On the ball in an attacking position, but they've got to do something positive quickly. He can't hold on to it. An alert piece of defending. Tremendous block. He'll take this on. Well, the goalkeeper is thankful that it wasn't a better effort than it actually was. Gelson Martins. Well, it's almost over, but not quite. The fans still with a bit of nail-biting to do, Stuart.
Well, it's going to be a nervy end to this game. But if they do hold on, I think they've deserved their win. They've played really well and they've played some good attacking football. And in general, they've controlled the game.
Takafusa Kubo. Skipping away. Possession lost by Real Sociedad. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Ayoub El-Kabi. And that will be all for this game anyway.
special occasion, and all week long the football chatter has centred around this game and these talented teams. Which one will outwit the other in a packed and passionate stadium? So many questions to be answered on a day of destiny. All the action coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. Sue, what are your expectations from this?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Indica. Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays, as it does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Mats Hummels as the centre-backs. Lorenzo Pellegrini plays with Alexis Salamakers out wide, and they go with just one in attack. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Nicely weighted crossfield ball. And possession given away. Could turn out to be a really good ball. And it's hit the mark. For the lead here. A terrific tackle. The chance has gone.
Well, they've started really brightly, haven't they? And so close to taking the lead. And it would have been deserved too. You just feel they've got to keep pushing now for that opening goal.
A really open flow to this game now. End-to-end stuff. Angelino. A little sloppy on the ball there. Unsurprising who we've singled out as our player to watch. What should we expect today, Sue?
Yeah, he's so efficient in front of goal. Whenever a chance comes his way, he at least tests the goalkeeper. The defence are going to have to remain focused for the full 90 minutes because he only needs one chance and he'll punish you.
An attack of genuine promise developing. And it's on now. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Fantastic looking ball. But no, just offside.
Well, I thought he timed his run perfectly here. Incredibly close, but just about the correct decision, I think.
Now, can he get the cross in? And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Gelson Martins. Leandro Paredes. Now Salamakers. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Santiago Heze. Chiquinho. Ayoub El Kaabi. They've given it away here. Now to deliver a good ball in. A body in the way. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. And that will keep the attack moving nicely. getting close enough here. But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. And maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front with this corner. And they've gone with a short one. Looking for an angle here. Paredes. That was seen all the way, and the save is made. A short corner taken here. Well, not quite fully away here. And Dicker. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Chiquinho. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Nicely sets it up.
Now Salamakis.
The ball taken away from them.
Paredes.
And that whistle. And so the second half kicks off. David Carmo. Gelson Martins. Chiquinho. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Now a sense that something could happen from this. That's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Lorenzo Pellegrini. Pellegrini. Decent chance this. Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled wide. Carmo. Played their way into danger here. And it's there! They have a goal! And they have the lead!
Hummels. On to Pellegrini. Dicker. Leandro Paredes. And Luca Mancini. Paredes.
Kone. Lorenzo Pellegrini.
Leandro Paredes.
Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Could be a chance. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. Chiquinho. Peze. Good vision. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Kone. Some good work to win it there. Oh, and he's left his man behind. Chance for the equaliser. Francisco Ortega. And able to come away with the ball. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance.
I can't believe they're behind there, Guy. The amount of chances they've created. They must be so frustrated with themselves. If they can be clinical, there's goals here for them, I'm sure.
Well, time for another go here, perhaps. And possession given away. Now, can he get the cross in? Can he finish? Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. Must have switched off there as the ball is lost.
Leandro Paredes.
We'll have to think quickly here. Martins. Now, what can they do from here? Alexis Salamakis. Good work to recover possession. Well, any chance has gone for now. That will keep the attack moving nicely. And well read, just as it was looking promising. Could be a chance to break here. This has to be. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop.
Paredes.
Perfectly anticipated. Really well won. Ayoub El Kaabi. Genuine chance. Another goal. And one that surely will seal the win. So that will do it. A disappointment.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. My name is Derek Ray, excited to be bringing you match commentary, and alongside me, my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. How's it going to go, Stuart?
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, great playing surface, and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays with Mats Hummels in central defence. Lorenzo Pellegrini plays with Alexis Salamakers out wide. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Kone. Paredes. And now with Angelino. Ndika. Mancini. It's with Ndika. Dovbik. Kone. And now with Angelino. Went in strongly, decisively. Subimendi. In possession, Mendes here. Moving into the advanced position. Pellegrini. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. And what's he going to do? Sergio Gomez. Brilliantly blocked. Hummels. It's with Paredes. Attacking options appear plentiful. Well, they have the ball once more. And Gomez. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Dovbik. Can they get themselves in front here? And effectively parried away by the keeper.
Well, it's coming, that's for sure. Roma are playing well here. Only a matter of time before they do take the lead, I think.
Can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Salamakers. Well, he's almost been hassled out of play here. Oyarzabal. Subimendi. Gomez now. Takefusa Kubo. Possession lost by Real Sociedad. Superb effort to keep it in. Intelligent threaded pass here. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal. Well, it's evident to me that Roma are looking to do things differently here. Rather than going from back to front with few passes, they're now looking to play through the opposition with short combinations and dominate possession.
Pellegrini. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Paredes. Moving the ball forward. How creative can they be? But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Bryce Mendes. Roma regaining possession. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Odriozola. Can he finish? Splendid defending. Angelino. Take it away. That interception looked routine. In truth, it wasn't. Oyarzabal. Artem Dovbyk. This might have potential. The cut back. Just can't get it past him. Bryce Mendes. Still passing it around with authority. He'll have a go here. Strong hand on that one. The first half. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Subimendi. Odriozola. Sucic. Takafusa Kubo. Pellegrini. And now with Angelino. Well, he's certainly not alone. Terrific block. Can he make it count? Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Odriozola. Oh, that's splendid play. Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. Who can they pick out? A routine save. Pellegrini. Alexis Salamakers. He could pick out a teammate. Sergio Gomez. This could be troublesome. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Can he deliver it with accuracy? Appear to be in two minds. Odriozola. An opportunity to forge ahead from this corner situation. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Alexis Salamakers. Well, Real Sociedad come away with it. Not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Sadio Kone. Paredes. Pellegrini. Moving the ball more than decently, but can they take the lead? So following the deflection, a corner kick.
Well, just listen to these fans. They're urging their team to score here and take the lead.
Teammates in the middle. And the header needed to be a lot better than that. Didn't really make the keeper work.
Well, as you can see, Roma haven't been too much of a threat so far. Unless they start playing with a bit more urgency, they're going to be frustrated today.
Well, in possession now. Let's see what they can create. Sadio Kone. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? Kone. Paredes. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Sergio Gomez. Now maybe room here for the counter-attack. Regain possession. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Can they forge ahead? No! Chance missed!
And a big chance at that, Derek. He should have put them in the driving seat there.
Angelino. Kone. It's with Paredes. On the attack, is there to be late drama? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Takafusa Kubo. Trying to open them up.
Well, the fans are making so much noise here. They believe the winner's coming, but it needs a moment of inspiration for one of those players out on the pitch. What a finale we've got.
And a little too close to the keeper in the end. Oyarzabal. Oyarzabal! Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Hummels. Ndika. And it's with Mancini. It's with Ndika. Sadio Kone. And Mancini on the ball. Alexis Salamakers. Mancini. It's with Paredes. And just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. Delivering it into the box. And the danger is averted. And there it is, the full-time whistle. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, it's a very dramatic backdrop, I must say, here in the city of San Sebastian. We find ourselves here at the Reale Arena. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. How's it going to go, Stuart?
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, hitting the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
And the starting 11 for Real Sociedad.
Well, in this 4-5-1, they've only got one up front, but there are 2 or 3 of the midfield players who love to break forward with quality. But the most important players for me will be the wingers. They have to provide the energy and dynamism.
Ortega. Chiquinho. Promising attack, this. Will he play it in? Oh my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, absolutely sensational! Unstoppable! Odriozola. In possession, Mendes here. Subimendi. Bryce Mendes. Subimendi. On the ball, Odriozola. Sucic. Takafusa Kubo. A chance to whip it in. It's a neat move. Well, last gasp defending, but brilliant defending. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Looking for someone to play it to. Oh, this looks useful. Can he put it away? Oh, the keeper made it look routine. It was anything but. Now the short corner routine. Very effective pass. Just the challenge that was required. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. There to win it back. Not what he was intending. Bad pass. Bryce Mendes. Gives it a go. A tremendous block. Ayoub El Kadi. And in possession, Chiquinho. And the pass deftly cut out. Moving the ball forward with purpose. But they took care of the situation defensively. Rather congested in the middle of the park. A real struggle to contain him. Real Sociedad unable to retain it. Chiquinho. Could be threatening. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Oyarzabal. And showing fine vision. He read the situation defensively and did his job. El Kabi. Has a go! And there it is, the goal they wanted for security. They lead by 2 now. They can breathe that bit more easily. Subeldia. Odriozola. Subimendi. That will be all. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Gelson Martins. Ortega. And Real Sociedad with the ball again. Bryce Mendes. Chance to attack using wit. Made it a bit too easy for his opponent. Now showing excellent judgment to intercept. And simple for the keeper to just come and collect. Ayoub El Kabi. Gelson Martins. Nice weight on the pass. And simple for the keeper. Oyarzabal. Clean challenge. Gelson Martins. Bad pass. Oyarzabal. Here's Gelson Martins. Very quick thinking there. Skipping away. Moving into the advanced position. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Well, back and forth in terms of possession. Odriozola. A bit wasteful from Real Sociedad. Chiquinho. Gomez now. What's he got to do, Sergio Gomez? Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Kubo. 20 minutes to go in this one. An important interception. Chiquinho. This looks interesting. Oh, that is a terrific save.
Well, that's a great save from that sort of range. Really good reflexes.
Wasn't a great clearance. Possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Good looking move. And a good looking ball. Well, it did look menacing, but punched away decisively. Sergio Gomez. Oyarzabal! A strong hand on the ball. Well, couldn't find a teammate, unfortunately. And a throw-in to come. Subimendi. Luka Sucic. Gomez now. Long way out. Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Well, he's given us away. Well, nearly there. This game almost over. And looking at the fans, Stuart, they appear to me to be more than a bit gutted.
Well, they've been second best, that's for sure. And the main problem has been in midfield, where they've been overrun at times. They just haven't been able to get enough possession. It's not been a good performance today.
If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. And so the referee blows for... Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello everyone and welcome to Florence, a city that attracts so many visitors on an annual basis. Of course, there are many who come here for the football. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It's Fiorentina, and they face Panathinaikos.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And a look at the lineup for Fiorentina.
Well, it's a 5-3-2, really, because both wing-backs are more defensively minded, which could leave the front two without any service from the wide areas. That could be a problem for them.
E con il numero 9, Beltran.
And now they get the ball rolling. Unahi. Tete. Here's Keane. Gozens. Promising attack, this. Rolando Mandragora. Moise Keane. Mladenovic. Now Djuricic. What to like about that pass? Made it a bit too easy for his opponent. Well, no way through. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, I love watching him play. He's so creative, particularly in the top third of the...
Could be! Great defending! Filip Djuricic. Chance here, and a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward.
Con il numero 7, Ioannis.
Mandragora. Dodo. Danilo Cataldi with it. Dodo. Dodo. Mandragora. Moise Keane. This could be the equaliser. Oh, there it is! A back and forth sort of match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted merely minutes. Tete. Ingerson. Maksimovic has it. Pongracic. Mandragora.
Vi ricordo che è ancora attivo il concorso.
Not the pass he had in mind.
Che offre la possibilità a un abbonamento estraneo a sorte di incontrare il proprio giocatore preferito.
Tremendously strong in the tackle. Dodo. On attacking possibilities, but they took care of the situation defensively. Svenkevic. Unahi. It's with Robin Gozens and teammates around him. Taking care of business defensively here. And the keeper more than equal to the task. Tete. Take it away. It looks promising. The danger not over. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Wasteful from Fiorentina. And nicely over the top. Rolando Mandragora. Ioannidis. An attack full of promise. Chance to finish. Well, the post getting in the way there. And it's in! They're back in front. Stunning scenes here. Cataldi. It's with Robin Gosens. Luca Ranieri. Dodo. Rolando Mandragora. Teammates in the middle. Well, nothing comes of it. And so it is. So back underway here into the second half. Cataldi. Rolando Mandragora. It's with Robin Gosens. Mandragora. Gosens. And plenty of scope to be creative in that wide position. And let's give credit to the defending. Nemanja Maksimovic. Mladenovic. Moving into the advanced position. Fotis Ioannidis. Could cross it in here. Might lead to a chance. Oh, might be. Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. Dodo. Moise Keane. And will it be the leveller? And they've done it to square the game once again. Exhilarating. And back to Drangowski. Maksimovic has it. Mladenovic. Unahi. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. And plenty of room in the wide area. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Tete. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? To put them ahead. It was an excellent example of how to break at pace.
Well, that's counter-attacking football at its best. They switch on so quickly when they win the ball back. It deserved a goal.
Nemanja Maksimovic. Azzedine Unahi. I must say, this looks promising. A fine reading of the situation. Keane. Unable to get himself back on side here.
Well, he was always going to be offside. That was the wrong option.
Now, options are plenty. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Tete. promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. Keane. Well, this could really help the cause. In position. A goal! That's two for him today. They simply can't stop him. No wonder he's celebrating. Cataldi. Now in a more than decent position. And coolly done in the end. Mandragora. It's with Robin Gosens. And a tidy challenge. And played the pass well. On a pretty ordinary challenge. And a fine cross. Aware of the threat, solving the problem.
Well, the players should be inspired by this. The crowd have really got behind them today.
Oh, fine stop. Well, a corner it is, and they know they've got to be opportunistic at this stage of the game. Just a matter of thumping it away. Oh, nice ball over the top. Good work from Fiorentina to win back possession. And a fine tackle. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go and just one goal between them. And they get the ball once more. Ioannidis. And passing it well. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Moise Keane. Rolando Mandragora. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Mladenovic. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Well, the last over hit, not quite what he wanted to produce. And there goes the final whistle.
teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
Well, hello everyone. It's nice to have your company here at the Estadio Benito Villamarín. I'm Guy Mowbray and Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary. And we should have a cracking contest here. It's Real Betis and they take on Fiorentina.
Cheers, Guy. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm anticipating a good game today. The coaching staff have done all they can. Now it's about taking it onto the pitch.
Here's how Real Betis line up.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will morph into a 4-2-3-1. The single centre-forward will be supported by the number 10, and you'd expect them to rotate and swap positions just to try and drag defenders out. The wide midfielders, they'll offer a threat in behind.
Here's the Fiorentina team sheet.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker, but you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
Mandragora. Here's Gosens. Lucas Beltran. They're getting into a good position. Keane. That will be a free kick, and what a place for it to be awarded. First line of defence has worked. Dodu. And able to come away with the ball. Aitor Ruibal. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Dodu. Midfield possession a key part of the game. Right now, no part of this game. Gosens. Rolando Mandragora. Good work to beat the challenge. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Robin Gosens. Danilo Cataldi. Really good pass. And that has stopped any potential danger. Dodu. There's a sense of real urgency to this attack, but able to deal with the danger decisively. Well defended. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. And it's opened up! Well, plenty of power on the effort, but just wide. Goal kick it is. Mandragora. Moving forward well. Keane! And it's in! It's no longer goalless. There's the opener. Perot. Ruibal. Anthony. Anthony. Aitor Ruibal. Anthony. Nicely sets it up. A decent try, not far away.
Oh, that's really unlucky. It was close, and if they keep working hard to create chances, I'm sure he'll put the next one away.
Rolando Mandragora. Now Gosens. Mandragora. This is really nice. Another goal now would mean real control. Oh, great work. What's next? Key! Oh, top class from the goalkeeper.
Oh, it's a great save. Certainly showed his class there and prevented an almost certain goal.
And he's got that one away. Dordu. And that'll do it. So away we go then for the second half. Cataldi. Here's Gosens. Pongracic. Dordu. Rolando Mandragora. Now Gosens. Lucas Beltran. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Roman Perrault. Making decent progress here. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Beautifully weighted ball. Sent into the middle. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. He's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half and give his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Mandragora. Gosens. Oh, wonderful stop from the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, but you have to praise his reflexes.
And there still could be trouble here. Keeping it nicely here. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Dordu. Now to deliver a good ball in. And the defence knew what was coming. Aitor Ruibal. That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw. Lucas Beltran. Perfectly anticipated. Really well won. Dodu. The danger averted for now.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans are doing their bit, trying to spur them on to this equaliser.
Perot. Beltran. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. They're being afforded too much space here. And he'll have a go here. Tremendous! That has been absolutely thundered home. Rolando Mandragora. Manin Pongracic. Dodu. Cataldi. Dodu. Mandragora. Here's Gosens. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Now, can he get the cross in? This is a lovely spell of possession. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Ruibal. And there's the whistle as the ref gives a free kick. Rolando Mandragora. Good work to recover possession.
Well, the clock's still ticking and you can sense the atmosphere in here. The fans just urging them forward in the hope of a winner.
A chance to cross here. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. That's it. The ref...
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner as usual is Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It's Panathinaikos up against Real Betis.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
And so the battle commences. The lineup then for the hosts.
Well, the two wide players are great in 1v1 situations, and their movement is also very good. But it's the midfield three that will need to control the flow of the game.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Betis.
Well, plenty of attacking width in this 4-3-3, but they'll need to get their midfield players to join the centre forward as much as possible. If not, he'll become isolated.
Llorente. Nice weight on the pass. Bakambu. Oh, surely. And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Mladenovic. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Well, possibilities in the centre. Marc Roca. Cedric Bakambu on the ball. Nicely timed tackle. Fotis Ioannidis. Poor pass. Mladenovic. Now Juricic. And he's done well to tip it over the bar. Who can he pick out? It might still be problematic. He'll have a go here! Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. Aitor Ruibal. Bartra has it. Marc Roca. Now, will they be able to play it in behind the defence? He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. It might be on for them. And quick thinking defensively. Anthony. Cedric Bakambu on the ball. Oh, good vision. Well, it looked like it might lead to something very positive indeed, but a useful interception. Filip Juricic. Top-class defending. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. And that is going to be a free kick. Mladenovic. Bart Schenkeveld. Maksimovic has it. Filip Juricic. Ingerson. Azadine Unahi. Tete.
That's a nice looking ball. Well, the timing was off and the decision is offside, Stuart.
And he shouldn't be offside there. He needs to have a greater understanding of the situation.
Can they get in behind them? Just the challenge that was required. What to like about that pass? And that is how to beat your opponent. Well, in the final analysis, it was good defending. Filip Juricic. Sverrir Ingi Ingerson. Oh, that's splendid play. Can he get them level? And it's in! All square again. What a match this is turning out to be. Mark Roca. Devo on the ball. And the whistle is... Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Anthony. Ruibal. On the ball, Mark Roca. Plenty of support here. Anthony. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Filip Juricic. And sloppy in possession. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Oh, great vision. Bakambu. Look, a really smart piece of defending to stop them. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, it was a vital goal and at a crucial time, you have to say. Certainly changes the complexion of the game now, but it's whether they can take the momentum into the second half, as they've struggled at times today.
A chance to nudge in front. Corner kick here. Clearance left a bit to be desired. And they can't quite take advantage in the end. Nemanja Maksimovic. Tete. A chance maybe from the wide position. It was on its way in. Nicely timed tackle. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Nemanja Maksimovic. Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this. He fancies it. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. to them for winning back possession. Schenkeveld. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. Azzedine Ounahi. What a commitment to defending.
Well, they haven't created too much lately, but the fans know this is a chance to take the lead here.
And it still could be dangerous.
Well, the hosts have had so much of the ball in the last 15 minutes. You sense it's inevitable the goal will come. It'll be certainly no less than they...
Oh, big chance here. Not out of the woods yet. Nemanja Maksimovic. And cleared away.
Well, you sense it's just a matter of time before they do score, Derek. They've been piling on the pressure now and really should be ahead in this one.
Oh, keeper dealt with it. Playing it in, and the danger's still on. No way through. It's a perfect challenge. Bakombu. Ruibal. Anthony. Really good build-up, but no end product. And teammates around him. Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Bakombu. Well, forward they go again. Can they win this? Tete. Making progress. But they dealt with the threat posed. Ioannidis. Options in the middle. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Bakambu. Oh, that is a wonderful piece of challenging.
Well, time is running out to get this winner, but the fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to the noise. What a fantastic finish we could have here.
Fotis Ioannidis. Bakombu. And still on the lookout for the goal that could be so important at this juncture. And there's the whistle. All... Two inspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans, ready for a showdown that could take on highly dramatic proportions. Be prepared for genuine excitement. Stay with us on EA TV. Nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. My name is Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. It's Panathinaikos facing Fiorentina.
Well, it doesn't matter how good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the dressing room. It promises to be a really good game here.
And so the battle commences. Oh, here is the lineup for the hosts today.
Well, it's a back four, a narrow midfield three and a very disconnected front three. But if the midfield players give good support to the central striker, this 4-3-3 system could work really well today.
And a look at the lineup for Fiorentina.
Well, the wingers will be key here. They have to choose the right time to give width and the right time to come infield to support the centre forward. If they can do that, they're a potent front three. No doubt about that.
Well, using the space really well, you've got to say. Will he find the net? And that's a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Elects to go short. Very effective pass. Punching it clear. Good work from Fiorentina to win back possession. Smart stop. Filip Juricic. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, he really is a master of the free kick, and anything around the box today, expect him to pose a real threat.
Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? Keane. Oh, big opportunity. What a commitment to defending. Well, over the top, and an easy one for the keeper. Gozens. A very timely interception. Beltran. Oh, he looks threatening. Oh, tremendous goalkeeping. Offside, not that anyone knew. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw in. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. He has teammates around him, but really sticking to their task defensively. Trying to really get at the opposition here. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. And given away by Fiorentina. Now what can they do from here? Oh, he really bruised the crossbar. And a time for composure on the ball.
Well, they so nearly took the lead there. They just have to keep creating these opportunities, and I'm sure the goal will come.
Yes, so near indeed, but now they've got to concentrate on keeping their defensive shape. Tete. Mladenovic. Now Juricic. Good-looking sequence. This looks more than decent. Ranieri. And taking it away. Ingerson. Now Juricic. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Ranieri. Danilo Cataldi with it. Pongracic. It's with Robin Gosens. Dodo. And a poor ball. And he's gone into an illegal position, unfortunately. Well, just a bit too much on the pass. And this will be a goalkeeper's ball. Ranieri. Good ball to switch the play. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Pongracic. Dodo. Rolando Mandragora. It's with Robin Gosens. Pongracic. Gosens. Rolando Mandragora. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Keane, big chance, just couldn't get it through. Pressing like that will help the cause. Rolando Mandragora. Well, trying to probe, but not succeeding. Ioannidis. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Nemanja Maksimovic. No, high quality defending. Teammates available, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Well, we have 30 minutes to go. And the defensive intervention there. An attack full of promise. Moise Keane. Very quick thinking there. Tete. And nicely over the top. Well, far from the ideal header. And the goalkeeper had it all the way. Beltran. Well, we know they can pass the ball better than this. Beltran. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. "20 minutes to go. Beltran. Plenty of support here. Good idea. Nemanja Maksimovic. Well read to ease the pressure. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. And a wild attempt from distance. Not one for the highlight reel, Stuart.
Well, that's a waste. He had much better options there.
Todo. Well, did well to win the ball back. Decent position. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Mandragora.
Well, that save has just about kept them in this. But they need to create chances of their own, and quickly, if they're to get a result here.
A wonderful goalkeeping moment. Now, will he be put to the test again here?
Well, these fans have been brilliant. Just listen to them. Surely this will inspire the players to hang on here. What a noise we've got.
Oh, they could finish here, Stuart. And a really smart stop, an important one to keep them in with a chance.
Well, that probably would have been it. That's such a vital save from the keeper.
Simple catch, really. And a fine tackle. Could be dangerous. Well, possession ceded by Fiorentina. High pressing and good high pressing. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. Rolando Mandragora. And there it is, the final whistle, and the fan... Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good ball over the top. And a good-looking ball. Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well. A goal of the highest.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed stadium. Don't miss a second. Stay with us for every minute of the action.
Hello and thanks for joining us live here on EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. It's Fiorentina and they take on Real Betis.
Thanks, Guy. Well, I can't wait for this one. Both sets of fans are certainly up for it. I'm sure that that'll give the players a real boost. They'll be hoping to start the game at a fast tempo.
Here's the Fiorentina team sheet.
Yeah, I think they're lining up in a 5-3-2 formation. This is a great system if you want to stay defensively solid. Opponents will struggle to break them down with 5 at the back and then the 3 across the midfield.
Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. This is the lineup for the visitors.
Yeah, it's a 5-3-2 or a 3-5-2 if you like. The midfield will be flooded when they've got the ball, but then the wing-backs should drop off when out of possession. It's just whether they can get up the pitch consistently enough to help provide the width to their attacks.
Having a look. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Rolando Mandragora. Gosens. Keane. Just over. If only that could have been hit from a metre or so further back. Lucas Beltran. Here's Gosens. Space now to get a crossover. Keane. Terrific tackle. Now what? Lovely ticky to put them ahead. Stopped at the last. Chances don't come better. Anthony. Robin Gosens. Roca. Having a look. Very well kept out, alert and ready.
Well, it was a great save, that, from the keeper. Showed his agility there to keep the ball out. It's a real important save to keep it all square.
A big moment, certainly. And now they can give their hero of the hour a moment to enjoy it. And the attack is over. Really good defending. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. This could be dangerous. Rolando Mandragora. Decent looking attack this. Having a try, and a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Or maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front with this corner. And the danger is cleared. Neither side doing a good job of looking after the ball. Oh, could be a chance here. Perot. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Gosens. Rolando Mandragora. Working hard to win it back there. Cataldi. Dodu. Played through nicely. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Cataldi. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Now this might be promising. Oh, it's cleared away from goal. Superb defending. And that'll do it. And there's the restart with the hope that the second half gives us a goal or two. Ruibal. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Dodu. Pongracic. Now there could be something on in a moment. Keane. He'll have a go here. Well, it was a decent attempt, but it's been placed just wide. Anthony. That's gone out of play. Throw in to come. Mandragora. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. That's a shame for them as the move breaks down. Now there could be a chance to counter.
I'm sure it's only going to be a matter of time before they take the lead. We're seeing some really good attacking play from them. Just need the finish now.
Keane. Maybe an opportunity to get their noses in front with this corner.
Well, the crowds are up for this. They haven't had too much to cheer about for a while, but this is a big chance.
No real accuracy in the header and a comfortable save for the keeper.
Well, the stats don't lie, do they? They just haven't created enough clear-cut chances, and you can see they're starting to get frustrated. They'll know that they're not playing up to the standard expected. You just feel they need to impose themselves a bit more in the game.
And it certainly won't get any better for them if they don't have possession. And the ball is still alive. Keane. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Really good pass. To take the lead. It's in. 1-0 and all the pressure made to count. Clearly the better team to this point. Mark Bartra. Ruibal. Perrault. Aitor Ruibal. Anthony. Roca. Nice and easy this, just staying patient. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Lucas Beltran. That's out of play. It will be a throw now. Rolando Mandragora. Unable to get the shot through. Could be something on. Been given as offside. Untidy in possession there. Gosens. That set up the chance. A promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. They need to find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. Went for it all right, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just over the top.
Well, just listen to the noise in here. The fans certainly recognise that they're needed for one last push just to get their team over the line.
Good work to recover possession. Lucas Beltran. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Anthony. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. And that's the final whistle. A positive result.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and welcome to Seville. Welcome to the Estadio Benito Villamarin. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. It's Real Betis, and they face Panathinaikos.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
The initial 11 today for the hosts.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
And introducing the visitors lineup today.
Well, it's certainly a back four, but I think we'll see a lot of rotation in midfield. They just need to have a good understanding about when to support the front player and when to drop that little bit deeper. It certainly looks like a 4-5-1 to me.
Anthony. Cedric Bakombu on the ball. Could cross it in here. Corner coming up. Running it in. And he clears the danger. Bartra. Oh, that's a really good run. Could be. Well, we always try to be fair about it, but that really should have been 1-0 early on here.
Well, what a chance. That would have been a great start for them.
Well, Betis have it back now. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Bakambu. Oh, he's through here. Oh, a moment of pure class. Had to catch it perfectly. And didn't he just? Nemanja Maksimovic. Tete. And Betis doing well to regain possession. Azzedine Ounahi.
Señor Ramón Carrascal, acuda a la puerta 3. Los miembros
Anthony.
de seguridad del estadio han informado
Ruibal.
su cartera.
Anthony. On the ball, Marc Roca. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Tete. Well, possibilities inside the box. A very timely interception. The fans want to see a shot. And defensive play to be applauded. Nemanja Maksimovic. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Opportunity. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Bartra. On the ball, Marc Roca. Aitor Ruibal. Bartra has it. made it look routine, but read it well. Anthony. Ruibal. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Philip Juricic. Betis unable to hang on to it. Could be threatening. Opportunity to take the lead. And a goal to re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebrations. Sverrir Ingi Ingesson. Maksimovic has it. Azzedine Ounahi. Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? Now in a more than decent position. Takes on the shots. And the keeper more than equal to it. And there's the delivery. And the problem not completely solved. And a wretched cross, really, over everyone. And there is the... So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Anthony. Marc Roca. It's with Diego Llorente. Romain Perrault. Looking really relaxed and confident and not giving the opposition much of a look in. Mladenovic. Maksimovic has it. And Betis did well to regain possession. Anthony. Looking for the right moment for that final pass. And a tidy tackle. Chance to make a game of it here. And it goes! To reduce the deficit. Still very much alive and kicking. Anthony. Aitor Ruibal. Perrault on the ball. Llorente. And into the last 30 minutes now. It's with Diego Llorente. Marc Roca. That's a useful cross. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Trying to open them up. They've gone and scored again. They're doing everything in their power to make sure they're not pegged back. Mladenovic. Bart Schenkeveld. Maksimovic has it. Tete. Unahi. No real conviction in the challenge, but no damage done. That's the main thing. Has eyes for goal. Well, whether it's a great chance or a half chance, when you're trailing as they are, you've got to put them away.
Well, if they are going to get back into this, those are the sort of chances they have to take.
Bakombu. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? But they took care of the situation defensively. Bakombu. Terrific block. Nice-looking pass. Plenty of support here. Textbook defending inside the box. Anthony. Let's fly here. Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
Bakombu. And he's hit it with authority. And no-nonsense defensive clearance. Bakombu. Well, beaten easily here. Oh, that's a magnificent volley! What a thumper! And far from simple to put it away, yet dispatched seemingly with ease. If ever there were a reason to get emotional about a goal, you've just been exposed to it. Bart's Henkeveldt. Going well. Nicely blocked. And just 5 minutes remaining. Effective challenge. Anthony. Ruibal. What to like about that pass? The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. An alert reaction to tip it over. Well, the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. And there goes the final.